take at least maybe 2 hours in Japan right now. That's okay. So again, go ahead and get cozy. I'm gonna revisit this topic. All right, and before we begin, some of the recordings I've done, I'm gonna show a documentary. I'm gonna show a little Christian version of the pagan origins of Christmas according to Christian, but a lot of it is very true, as things we can verify. So I'm gonna get their version of that just to get more people to come through. About 20 minutes of that, and then we're gonna get some of the recordings I've done. All right, on the Christmas. All right, guys. I do want to say respectfully, if you guys can stay on topic and chat. It's okay to chat and stuff. It's just sometimes it just creates distractions and also discussions, especially if you're way off topic. So we're talking about the origins of Christmas, somewhat, Santa Claus, and you can actually do hours and hours of research on this. Actually, it's actually very vast. So it's just like a summarized version of it. There's actually other YouTubers that have great information on this. They get a lot deeper and a lot darker. We can get definitely darker on this maybe in next year, but it gets pretty dark, some of this stuff. So, but I hope you enjoy the general history of it. A lot of people don't really know or understand the history at all. So I got a lot of new subscribers again. So welcome. Hope you guys enjoy it. Let's go ahead and get the other video going.
NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube. Watch every Allen Market Sunday afternoon NFL game live. Now on YouTube and YouTube.
It has been called the Day of Days. It is a time of magic, pageantry, warmth, generosity, and love. For many of us, our fondest childhood memories revolve around the traditions of Christmas. It is a time that many around the world celebrate as the birth of Jesus Christ, the Savior and Messiah of mankind. In recent years, however, the spiritual holiday has become a time of mass marketing and crass commercialism. Incredibly, many businesses derive more than half their yearly income during this period. The process of gift-giving, once thought to have come from the story of the wise men who offered gifts to the newborn Christ, has evolved into the buying frenzy we see today during the month of December. What about the other Christmas traditions? Have you ever wondered why we decorate the Christmas tree? Why we light the Yule log? Why we hang the mistletoe? And why we teach our children to believe in Santa Claus? In the next hour, you will discover the true origins of Christmas. You may be surprised or even shocked to learn the source of your favorite holiday traditions. Chances are, you'll never look at Christmas the same ever again. In the Northern Hemisphere during late December, the days are at their shortest lengths and the nights are at their longest. For those of the pagan world, this has always been the greatest time of the year to celebrate and practice the works of darkness. The pagan calendar identifies this period as the winter solstice. It was during the pre-Christian midwinter pagan celebrations of Scandinavia's Norsemen where today's Christmas traditions began. As a means of honoring the pagan sex and fertility god Yule, a 12-day celebration during the month of December was inaugurated. A large single log considered to be a phallic idol was lit on fire and kept burning for 12 days. Animal or human sacrifices were offered in the fire on each of those days. Wild, delirious reveling accompanied the daily sacrifices as drunken participants defiantly strove to make contact with spirits. 1,000 miles away in pre-Christian Rome, celebrants were paying homage to their own gods during the winter solstice. Witchcraft traditions hold that a number of pagan gods were given birth during this period, including Dionysus, Attis, and Baal, chief male god of fertility and licentiousness. Another pagan god from Persia, identified as Mithra, was said to have been born specifically on December 25th. Mithra was the god of the unconquerable sun, the god of the light between heaven and earth, worshipped at that time by an influential Roman cult. His birth symbolized an end to the long nights and a return to the dominance of the sun. During the month-long winter solstice celebration, ports in Rome were closed. Any and all crimes were allowed. Homosexuality, cross-dressing, and uncontrolled debauchery reigned supreme. Rome's order was turned upside down. Even children were allowed to join in the drunken orgies as part of the Juvenalia celebration. By 270 AD, the Roman Emperor Aurelian had made it official, setting aside a 7-day period from December the 17th through the 24th, culminating in an exchange of gifts on December the 25th to celebrate the birth of the sun god. This Roman orgy to end all orgies later became known as Saturnalia, in honor of the god Saturn, the god of excess. Roman soldiers invading Britain brought with them their pagan orgiastic traditions. Upon taking root in England, Saturnalia became known as the Festival of Fools, reigned over by the Lord of Misrule. By the 4th century, the influential government-sanctioned Church of Rome, unable to outlaw the growing number of pagan practices, chose instead to adopt them into their so-called official Christianity. The Church believed this would attract more pagans to their fold. Up until this time, the birthday of Jesus Christ, the Jewish Messiah, had not been celebrated at all. Ignoring scriptures, however, indicating that the birth probably did not occur during the winter, the Church nevertheless confused biblical history and made Jesus' birthday coincide with the pagan god Mithra. The birth date of the sun god had now become the birth date of the Son of God. It was hoped that the pagan celebrations of Saturnalia would merge into this new legally sanctioned form of Christianity. The Church's practice of changing the dates of Christian events to coincide with pagan festivals continued, and by the 7th century, Pope Gregory I had ordered Augustine of Canterbury to incorporate any and all pagan practices and customs into the expanding Roman Catholic Church. During the Middle Ages, the debased Mardi Gras atmosphere of what was now known as Christ's Mass had reached a fevered pitch. Common practices included open sex in the streets, rioting, murder, and a number of pagan druidic Halloween rituals. This blood-drenched celebration got so out of hand that by 1652, following the execution of King Charles I, Christ's Mass was finally outlawed in England. A religious reform movement began sweeping the country, led by Puritan Oliver Cromwell. The Puritans took the biblical mandate seriously, which commanded that Christianity remain pure and separate from paganism. Despite their noble efforts, the celebration simply went underground, and by 1656, after only 4 short years under the ban, the public's demand for the legalization of Christ's Mass had become insurmountable. The appointment of Charles II to the throne restored England's monarchy, and with it the celebration of Christ's Mass. The Puritans had lost England, but they held high hopes for the new world.
When the first settlers came from England, they were, for the most part, Puritans. They came here for religious freedom. They came here to be free to worship God without a hierarchy and without the corruption of the organized church that they had known before. And
So remember who they're talking about when they're saying these so-called Puritans, Pilgrims, and all these people. Remember their ethnic background. Gone over it a lot. We're going to talk about that later a little bit.
when they came with the clear knowledge of the danger of these pagan practices that had become so dear to the hearts of their ancestors.
Following England's lead in 1659, the colonies of America had likewise outlawed Christmas. For 200 years, the clergy in New England battled to keep the riotous celebrations honoring the pagan god Saturn from infiltrating the New World. The Reverend Cotton Mather had warned in a Christmas Day sermon in 1712, "Can you in your conscience think that your Holy Saviour is honoured by hard drinking, lewd revelling, and by a mass fit for none but Bacchus or Saturn?" But the public's taste was thin and revelry persisted. In 1828, gang rioting during the Saturnalia-like Christmas celebrations got so bad that cities such as New York were forced to institute a professional police force for the first time in order to control the savagery.
Christmas was not only not widely celebrated, in many cases, many places Christmas celebrations were actually outlawed. And this was because of the attitude of many of the churches, who regarded it as primarily as a pagan celebration and as a reproach to the Lord.
By the mid-19th century, American churches were the last remaining holdout in the war against the validation of Christmas. However, they too finally succumbed as a result of the efforts of the American Sunday School Society, who began advocating Christmas programs for children as a method of filling the pews. The Society argued that children could be taught about the birth of Christ through the reenactment of the Nativity. They also offered candy and treats to the children as a means of enticing families into accepting the holiday, despite its notorious history and blatantly pagan roots. The successful technique of bribing children with candy would later be used on an unsuspecting American populace in the effort to promote the acceptance of the pagan rituals of Halloween. However, it was the work of England's most popular writer, Charles Dickens, whose ghostly 1843 book, A Christmas Carol, cemented the Christmas holiday in the hearts of Americans forever. Dickens' well-loved story made the pagan Christmas feasts, shining trees, glittering shops, and family warmth irresistible to those wanting to experience the holiday. Coming to America in 1867 to promote his work, Charles Dickens packed theaters as he read his story to cheering audiences around the country. A Christmas Carol gripped America and destroyed any final attempt to stop the evolution of Christmas. By 1875, the Puritans had been beaten, and by 1890, all American states had voted to make Christmas a legal holiday. Today's tradition of the Christmas Yule log stems directly from the worship of the pre-Christian Scandinavian fertility god Yule. The burning of this phallic idol is also responsible for the concept of the 12 days of Christmas, which represented the 12 daily sacrifices offered up in the Yule log's flames.
Another good example of the pagan elements of Christmas is the whole concept of Yule and the Yule log. The very term is derived from the Norse god Yule, spelled J-U-L. And every year around Christmas time, a huge log was cut down and fashioned into a fertility symbol and then burned for 12 days. And on each successive day, a new sacrifice to the god Yule was performed in the fire. A new sacrificial victim was burned to death. Sometimes, but not always, the sacrificial victims were human beings. And the whole notion of the 12 days of Christmas also comes to us from this Norse pagan tradition.
In an attempt to blur the origins of this horrific ritual, the Church of Rome places the first day of the Mass of Christ on December 25th and the 12th day on January the 6th. Despite no scriptural references for January the 6th, it was selected as the day the wise men supposedly arrived to offer gifts to the newborn Christ. This day, then, has become known as Epiphany. During the Dark Ages, the European custom of putting an oil-lighted wick lamp in the windows during the 12 days of Christmas signified to neighbors that the occupants were participating in the pagan worship of the phallic idol Yule. In today's commercialism, this is where we get the tradition of decorating our houses with Christmas lights. The Yule log custom was originally brought over to America by Scandinavian immigrants during the 1600s. And despite attempts to ban the tradition, it has stayed with us to this very day. Today, when we wish someone Yuletide greetings, we are in a sense invoking the power of the fertility god Yule upon that person. During the Saturnalia celebrations, holly and other greens were hung over doorways as part of a pagan ritual to ward off evil. To deck the halls with boughs of holly was to acknowledge the powers of the nature gods. According to Wiccan rituals, placing holly or other greens in the shape of a circle or wreath accentuated its magical power. Similarly, mistletoe, when used in the casting of Wiccan or Druidic spells, could render a woman helpless and open to sexual exploitation. This is where we get our custom of hanging mistletoe in doorways today, and if a woman is caught underneath, she may be kissed and must not resist.
The bird tree, the mistletoe, all of these things typically come from overtly pagan traditions, typically from Northern Europe, German, Norse, and English.
Likewise, evergreen trees have always represented sex and fertility in pagan cultures. During the winter solstice, trees would be chopped down, brought inside, set up, and decorated as idols for worship.
The Christmas tree was regarded as a sacred tree. The pagans of Northern Europe typically worshipped trees. They regarded trees and groves as sacred. So the bringing of the tree into the house would be a way of bringing this supernatural source of blessing into your home. That was the whole idea, that there were spirits who resided in the trees.
In the Middle Ages, the tradition of the winter solstice Christmas tree primarily took root in Germany. During his reign, King George I, himself of German extraction, brought the custom to Victorian England. German immigrants settling in Pennsylvania did the same in America during the early 1800s. In 1848, the London Illustrated News published this famous engraving depicting Queen Victoria and her royal family beside a decorated Christmas tree. And within a few years, nearly every English household had their own tree in allegiance to the monarchy. By 1900, the U.S. Forest Service estimated that at least 1 in 5 homes in America had adopted the Christmas tree tradition. Thousands of years earlier, God, speaking through the prophet Jeremiah, warned against this pagan practice in the Old Testament. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the ways of the heathen, for the customs of the people are vain. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, they deck it with silver and with gold. They fasten it with nails and hammers, that it move not. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil, neither also is it in them to do good.
Santa Claus is another good example of a pagan element of Christmas. Santa Claus, as we know every day, is an amalgamation of several different traditions. But in most cultures throughout the world, you will find the existence of what is known as hearth gods. Gods who guard the hearth and the chimney and keep the fires burning and make sure the food cooks properly and the people are warm and what have you. And at a certain time of year, in the middle of winter, typically, the hearth god dressed in red will come down the chimney to reward those who have pleased him during the course of the previous year, and to lay curses or hexes or other forms of punishment upon people who have displeased him.
The concept of Santa Claus has had a long and winding history, with a number of diverse cultures contributing to the composite character we have today. Beginning once again in Scandinavia, Santa's original incarnation was in the form of Odin, the pagan god of thunder, a tall fellow with a long flowing beard who inhabited the spirit-infested Nordic forests. Odin would travel the sky during the winter solstice, deciding who would die and who would prosper. Most believers were frightened of this particular time of year. In England, Odin eventually evolved into Father Christmas, who, crowned with sprigs of holly, traveled the countryside getting roaring drunk as part of a festival of fools celebration. Frequently, he would be accompanied by a horned goat, ironically the biblical symbol of those who reject the salvation of Jesus Christ. According to the traditions of the Church of Rome, there was a Turkish bishop named Nicholas who hailed from Myra in Asia Minor during the 4th century. He was known as the patron saint of seafaring men. Over the centuries, as the legend began to unfold, it was rumored that St. Nicholas had actually captured the devil himself, put him in chains, and made him his personal servant. Recognized in various cultures as Krampus, Beelzebub, or Zwart Piet, Black Peter, this assistant of St. Nicholas is best known by his German name, Knecht Ruprecht. Described as a hideous horned creature, the servant Ruprecht was a dark and sinister figure who stood in stark contrast to the saintly Nicholas. Somehow, Father Christmas's companion, the horned goat, had metamorphosized into the foreboding horned devil called Ruprecht. As St. Nicholas traveled from house to house, inquiring about the behavior of children, Ruprecht would drop candy and gifts down the chimney into the good children's shoes which had been placed there. It was from this story that we get our tradition of hanging stockings on the mantle at Christmas time. If able to recite a verse or demonstrate a skill for St. Nicholas, the child would receive a gift. If unable to remember a verse, or if the child had been bad, he or she would receive a switch or a whip. Ruprecht also carried a large sack which he would frequently use to haul away the really bad boys and girls. As more and more Christian churches began combining the pagan rituals of the winter solstice with the celebration of the birth of Christ, emphasis on St. Nicholas's role began to shift. Some cultures began to downplay the role of St. Nicholas, but surprisingly retained Ruprecht. Eventually, Knecht Ruprecht was made the companion and servant to the Christ child himself. In this scenario, the devil is actually given the title Weihnachtsmann, or Santa Claus. 19th century writer Theodor Storm, in his story about Knecht Ruprecht, even goes so far as to describe the switches given to the children by Ruprecht as tools to be used in sadomasochistic rituals. Soon, the image of Ruprecht would fade from the Christmas tradition, but not his sadistic influence. Many of the early depictions of Santa Claus portrayed him not as a jolly gift giver, but of an unfriendly disciplinarian complete with a ready switch or whip.
One of the problems with the Christmas gift thing for children is that it really is a religious teaching, a wrong religious teaching, because it teaches them that if they're nice, they get the gifts. If they're naughty, they don't. Or in my case, I was taught that he would leave us a bundle of switches. Isn't that interesting? It's a salvation by my own personal virtue. But there's a second thing wrong with it, and that is that they're going to get those gifts whether they're naughty or nice, because most parents love their children and wouldn't dream of, quote, ruining their Christmas. And they're not going to ruin Christmas. They're going to give those children the gifts anyway. And sooner or later, those thinking children are going to realize, I wasn't very nice, but I got the gift anyway. So it isn't important to be nice. It isn't important to do what is right and avoid what is wrong.
German immigrants coming to America during the 1620s tried to influence the New World with the stories of St. Nicholas and his gift-giving companion, Knecht Ruprecht. But somehow the idea just didn't take hold until almost 200 years later. In 1819, America's best-selling author, Washington Irving, used his influence to promote St. Nicholas in a popular Christmas story titled Brace Bridge Hall. Consulting Irving's writings, Episcopalian minister Clement Clark Moore penned a decidedly secular tale called A Visit from St. Nicholas in 1822. Later retitled The Night Before Christmas, Moore's poem was based on the tales of German and Dutch immigrants who had come to America. Intended originally only for his own children, Moore's story was published in the Troy Sentinel in New York and became an overnight sensation. Gone were the bishop's remnant of St. Nicholas. He was now a jolly old elf imbued with supernatural powers. Moore had also replaced Nicholas's companion, the horned Knecht Ruprecht, with 8 horned magical reindeer. As the popularity of The Night Before Christmas grew, Moore became increasingly concerned that the story's emphasis on the supernatural and its disregard for Christ would reflect poorly on his position as a minister. As a result, he refused to take credit for its creation until the story became so popular that he could no longer resist. 40 years later, illustrator Thomas Nast, political cartoonist for Harper's Weekly, seared the image of Santa Claus into the minds of the world by creating a drawing which combined Moore's jolly old elf with images of St. Nicholas taken from his own native Bavaria. By 1880, Santa was a thoroughly secularized folk hero who had become increasingly irresistible to retailers worldwide.
Your body wash with the dyes, the sulfates?
Wow, okay, we're gonna continue. I got some recordings here we've done, that was a documentary, an old one, that was their version of it, I got a whole other, part of it we can go over to. We're gonna talk about some of the stuff they talked about there, but we're gonna talk about other things as well. All right. I appreciate everybody that's tuned in. Alright, and if anybody has anything to add, feel free to do your own videos and your own channel and let us know when it's up. And we just try to stay on topic. And when I see unfamiliar names and requesting things and going off topic, I kind of know what you guys are doing here. So just try to keep it respectful and stuff so you don't get timed out. All right, let's go. So over here we're at the History Channel website. It says here, Merry Christmas, huh? Santa Claus, right? Santa Claus, otherwise known as Saint Nicholas of Kris Kringle, has a long history steeped in Christmas traditions. Today he is thought of mainly as a jolly man in red who brings toys to good girls and boys on Christmas Eve. But his story stretches all the way back to the 3rd century, when Saint Nicholas walked the earth and became the patron saint of children. All right, so again, we're going to see this recurring theme about Santa Claus or Santa Claus being associated to the original story of Saint Nicholas, a person from 200 AD. So again, we're going to go over a lot of information, so let's just go step by step here. It says the legend of Santa Claus can be traced back hundreds of years to a monk named Saint Nicholas. It is believed that Nicholas was born sometime around AD 280 in Patara, near Merwa, in modern-day Turkey. Much admired for his piety and kindness, St. Nicholas became the subject of many legends. It is said that he gave away all his inherited wealth and traveled the countryside, helping the poor and sick. All right, so one of the stories about St. Nick that we'll read is that he was from a wealthy family, and when his parents died, he inherited it all, and he just started giving it to the poor and sick, as it says here. One of the best known St. Nicholas stories is the time he saved 3 sisters from being sold into slavery or prostitution by their father by providing them with a dowry so that they could be married. You hear that? So yes, one of the actual first legends of St. Nicholas was that he helped these virgin girls so they wouldn't be sold into prostitution. Over the course of many years, Nicholas' popularity spread and he became known as a protector of children and sailors. Remember who's the sailors or the merchants? Okay? His feast day is celebrated on the anniversary of his death, December 6th. This was traditionally considered a lucky day to make large purchases or to get married. By the Renaissance, St. Nicholas was the most popular saint in Europe, even after the Protestant Reformation, when the veneration of saints began to be discouraged. St. Nicholas maintained a positive reputation, especially in Holland, all right? Especially where the so-called Dutch were. New Jerusalem, the Sephardic Jews and Moors had gone there. Who's over there? Santa Claus comes to New York. St. Nicholas made his first inroads into American popular culture towards the end of the 18th century, in December 1773 and again in 1774. A New York newspaper reported that groups of Dutch families, right, so-called Dutch families, had gathered to honor the anniversary of his death. Remember who are these so-called Dutch people during this time? Go back to my Dutch Sephardic Jews, merchants, the first settlers of New York. Remember who these people are. A lot of them are crypto Jews, crypto Muslims, people that were being persecuted by Catholics were coming over here, right? So-called Protestants. The name Santa Claus evolved from Nick's Dutch nickname Sinterklaas, a shortened form of Saint Nicholas, Dutch for Saint Nicholas. In 1804, John Pinter, a member of the New York Historical Society, all right? We're going to talk a lot about John Pinter today, guys. I'm going to show you who John Pinter was. So he was the actual founder, not just a member, he was the actual founder, we're going to read, of the New York Historical Society. He distributed woodcuts of St. Nicholas at the Society's annual meeting. The background of the engravings contain now familiar Santa images, including stockings filled with toys and fruit hung over a fireplace. In 1809, Washington Irving helped to popularize the Sinterklaas story when he referred to St. Nicholas as the patron saint of New York in his book, The History of New York. As his prominence grew, Sinterklaas was described as everything from a rascal with a blue three-cornered hat, red waistcoat, and yellow stockings to a man wearing a broad-brimmed hat and a huge pair of Flemish trunk hose, all right? We're going to get into all this. This was just one website. Again, we're going to continue reading. Just bear with me. It says here, the Christmas conspiracy, or how New Yorkers created Santa Claus, New Yorkers, ediblemanhattan.com. And, you know, you guys got to understand why they became popular in New York. Who are these so-called Dutch? What is their culture? What did they bring with them? What were they practicing? What were they following for many years? Their ceremonies and holiday festivities or winter festivities. Everybody knows that Santa Claus arrives on Christmas Eve in a sleigh pulled by reindeer. But the earliest American account of Santa Claus has him arriving on a horse and wagon on December 6th, the feast day for St. Nicholas. The original St. Nicholas was a 4th century Greek bishop in Myra, Asia Minor, who was known for his generosity. He was revered in Europe since the Middle Ages, and his feast day was and still is celebrated. In many European countries, the Dutch invented a mythical figure. The Dutch invented, listen to this, called Sinterklaas, who gave gifts on the evening of December 5th, the night before St. Nicholas' feast day. Despite the Dutch founding of what is today New York, no evidence has surfaced that anyone celebrated or even mentioned St. Nicholas' Day until 150 years after the city's founding. It appeared in New York Gazetteer, owned by one James Rivington, an Englishman who immigrated to New York in 1760. In December 23rd, 1773, all right, look at the year, issue, Rivington covered the first New York account of the Boston Tea Party. Remember who did that? St. Tammany Group, Secret Society, the Sons of Liberty. Remember who did that? And it has something to do with what we're going to be talking about today, John Pinter. So it's interesting that he was covering the first New York account of the Boston Tea Party, and a small announcement stated, last Monday, the anniversary of St. Nicholas, otherwise called St. Claus, was celebrated at Protestant Hall at Mr. Waldron's, where a great number of the sons of that ancient saint celebrated the day with great joy and festivity. All right? Who's the Protestants? St. Nicholas and Santa Claus disappeared from New York written accounts for 2 decades. New Yorker John Pinter, here we go again, a civic-minded businessman and a descendant of a, French Huguenot, family who arrived in New York in 1690, man. All right, French Huguenot, you guys already know. We saw my French Huguenot live the other day, and all the Huguenot videos who we're dealing with, that's what I was saying. Since St. Nicholas in his private papers in 1793, and again 4 years later, Pinter helped found the New York Historical Society in 1804, and he was friends with a writer named Washington Irving. All right, you see the connections and why Irving was talking about Santa Claus. And an Episcopalian minister of Walloon ancestry named Clement Clark Moore. His dad, Benjamin Moore, right? Hebrew name, Benjamin. In January 1808, Manhattanite Washington Irving wrote in his literary magazine, Salamamundi, that The noted Saint Nicholas, vulgarly called Santa Claus, of all the saints in the calendar, the most venerated by true Hollanders and their unsophisticated descendants. This may have given him an idea to expand on this story, and he did so in his satirical History of New York, which was published on St. Nicholas Day, December 6, 1809. In the book, Urban proclaimed that St. Nicholas was New Amsterdam's patron saint, and that a jolly old Dutchman, nicknamed Santa Claus, parked his wagon on rooftops and slid down chimneys with gifts for sleeping children on his feast day. John Pinter jumped on the St. Nicholas bandwagon at his urging. The New York Historical Society hosted a dinner on St. Nicholas Day in 1810. Pinter paid for the publication of a broadside with an illustration of a stern St. Nicholas. Over their fireplace hung 2 stockings, one filled with goodies, perhaps toys, oranges, sugar plums, and Oly cooks, the other a stick. Neither Pinter nor Urban associated Santa Claus or St. Nick with Christmas, okay? Christmas had been celebrated in the city since colonial times, but it was a time to fire guns into the air and drink, or be merry, okay? Let's be merry, let's get drunk, merry. Drunkenness and rowdyism prevailed on the streets. Pinter believed that Christmas should be a family-oriented winter holiday for polite society. You understand what's going on? So we're going to talk about this. Before Santa Claus and what we think of Christmas today, there was already, going back to Roman times, winter festivities. A lot of pagan holidays, feast ceremonies were taking place in this time in Europe, and most of the time was about being merry feasting, enjoying yourself, merry, or getting drunk. It had nothing to do with Christianity or so-called Jesus or Saint Nicholas, as it's telling us right here. So the Huguenot Pinter, right? Pinter the Huguenot, aka Moore. I'm going to show you why I'm saying that. Who are the Huguenots? Huguenot. He wanted this to be a family-oriented winter holiday for polite society. So did Urban, who in his sketchbook 1819 popularized the idea that Christmas was to be celebrated with a cozy family celebration, complete with a large dinner. This is where Clement Clark Moore, Moore, a New York Episcopalian minister, came in. In 1823, he published an account of a visit from St. Nicholas, 1823, commonly known as "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." He intentionally shifted the arrival of Santa Claus from the evening before St. Nicholas Day, which few New Yorkers celebrated, to Christmas Eve in hopes of creating a family holiday. Of course, as everyone knows, 8 tiny reindeer pulled Santa in a sleigh, and Santa gave appropriate presents to children and adults. The poem has remained one of America's most popular poems for almost 2 centuries. Still, there was a problem with Santa that needed to be cleaned up. Pinter's image of Santa Claus was dour and depressing. It really wasn't kid-friendly. It was the illustrator Thomas Nast. We're going to go over his images as well. And Thomas Nast, who are creating these images, right? Advertisement, these propaganda of Santa Claus. And that's the image we see of him today. Thomas Nast was a German immigrant, all right? We're going to read he was a Palatine. He was a Palatine. Remember what Benjamin Franklin said about the German Palatines. We're going to go over that in case we don't remember. Yep. So the Germans were also bringing their winter feast, Father Christmas, Father Winter, old-time celebrations and feasts and pagan holidays and ceremonies, whatever you want to call it, with them as well to America. This was all combining. These people all meeting each other. They're like, yeah, and they created this whole Santa Claus, right, out of Saint Nick. They combined all that stuff. We're going to keep reading. He was a German immigrant who arrived in New York in 1850 who created the modern image of jolly old Saint Nick, which first appeared in Harper's Weekly in 1862. We're going to see that. By this time, many Americans celebrated a less rowdy Christmas, complete with presents for the children and a family dinner. It was the New Yorkers' view of Christmas, complete with Santa Claus, reindeer, stockings, and presents, that dominated American celebration after it was declared a federal holiday in 1870. Retail stores picked up Santa Claus as an appropriate salesperson, and by the early 20th century, Santa Claus was a popular fixture, enshrined in American commercial life through purchasing and giving gifts. Today, Americans owe everything to three New York friends, John Pinter, Washington Irving, and Clement Moore, who conspired to domesticate Christmas from a day of drunkenness to a family celebration, New York Public Library.org. This is the website. It says here Santa's New York Roots by Megan Margino, Milestone Division of United States History, Local History and Genealogy. Stephen A. Schwarzman Building. And here goes some images. It says here Santa's Cat, the Charlie to Bloomingdale's image. All right. So this is what they're talking about the advertising. Santa Claus became a good salesperson. Look at that. He became a great salesperson. Now remember, they were telling us on the History Channel website that this was all based on Saint Nicholas, right? Santa Claus, Saint Nick. So we're going to dodge the hijack. So again, Thomas Nast, one of the ones who brought the image that we know of Santa Claus to us. You know, he was the one, right? These are some of his drawings of Santa Claus. These are some of the oldest depictions of Santa Claus in America. Right? But we're going to dodge the hijack big time when we're talking about Saint Nick especially. Because when we're talking about Saint Nick, you know, this is what we're talking about right here. Saint Nicholas, all the old depictions of Saint Nicholas are the so-called black men. And it's not just him. Many of the saints, many of the so-called early Christians are depicted like this. These are all Saint Nicholas right here. All right, these are all Saint Nicholas right here, statues of him. It says here depictions of black Saint Nicholas. Can't ignore the original images of Saint Nicholas and say we're blackwashing, because that's what is a fact. That's how he was depicted originally. Alright, so we ain't blackwashing. A lot of people try to accuse us of blackwashing. So Swarty, yeah. Hey, much love, James. Appreciate it, big bro. Check out the channel, James on the chat. And yeah, check it out. And yeah, we're gonna continue. You know, let's try to stay on topic. This is definitely not about Christianity. We got videos on that too. So make sure to check those out if you don't know the history of that as well. This is Byzantine art. This is Saint Nick right here. Here we got Saint Nick again. Russian icon of Saint Nicholas. Saint No Play Play. It says here Saint Nicholas, the Wonder Worker. The Hoshedria of Smolensk. Saint Nick. Attribution of the icon. Nicholas, the Wonder Worker. Saint Nick. Alright, this is Saint Nick right here as well. It says here the icon of Saint Nicholas of Saraisk, with 14 scenes of his life from Assumption Cathedral of the Ryazan Kremlin. 14th century Ryazan Historical and Architectural Museum preserved. This is from the 1300s. Okay? Saint Nicholas, right here. The generous guy who gave all his inheritance away, supposedly. The saint, right? Saint Nicholas, Sinterklaas. We're going to see Sinterklaas came depicted as a so-called white man, and in Dutch tradition, he was going around with a so-called Moor, or Zwarte Piet, and many other companions for
Zwarte Piet!
But this is Saint Nick too. He was also a so-called black man. Touch the hijacks, okay? The icons of Saint Nicholas, the Wonder Worker, all depicting the original ones as a dark-skinned man. So back to the New York Public Library website, right? Santa's New York Roots. So again, go preach somewhere else. You know, we're learning about the history of Christmas. Don't be off topic, or unfortunately you will be timed out. Yeah, so just saying nothing personal, it's just out of respect. Thank you. Let's not forget the roots, though, of Saint Nick. Today, there's no question about the identity of the jolly red-suited, white-bearded, boy-carrying, plump old man. It's Santa Claus, of course. Throughout the mid-19th century, however, the identity of this famous gift giver was only just developing, okay? Just developing, huh? Saint Nicholas Belschnickel Father Christmas, and the Wild Man. While all of these cultural figures are symbolic of the holiday season, none are quite the jovial character we know and love today. So how was the iconic image of Santa born, alright? So they're talking about, alright, you already went over St. Nicholas, right? Who's Belsnickel? Belsnickel, also known as Belsnickel, Belsico, or Pelsnickel, right? That's another way. It's a country fur flock Christmas gift bringer. Figure in the folklore of the Palatinate, right? The Germans. Remember who was Thomas Nast? He was a Palatin German. The same people Benjamin Franklin was complaining about. Just real quick, we're going to get into all this historical stuff now. Before we continue, we're going to come to this book real quick, History of the Conquest of Spain by the Arab Moors, by Henry Colby. This is from 1892, so you guys can see. Here we go again. .org. Again, that's History of the Conquest of Spain by the Arab Moors, with a sketch of the civilization which they achieved and imparted to Europe by Henry Colby. Volume 2, 1892. This part right here is especially for all the new people, right? What is a Huguenot? I got several videos on the Huguenots. I got a 5-hour one that is very thorough on the information and their history, what they went through in their involvement in the Americas, colonial times. And who are these people? What is their ethnicity? What is their genealogy and ancestry historically? Now we're going to start here. Page 445 of this book is literally telling us about Columbus. How he's the Christ bearer. That's what his name means, the Christ bearer. And how he left out of a Moorish port. His vessels was fitted out in that little port of Palos, which had lately been a Moorish port. His sailors were, many of them, men with Moorish blood in their veins. Columbus himself, so-called Moorish blood, most likely Sephardic Jew. Portugal, we are investigating. There's many stories of his possible real name out there. Yeah, so we did the video. All right, again, this is an excerpt of an old recording. We did the video. His real name is Salvador Fernandez Sarco, Portuguese Jew. All right, go check out the previous videos. Go check out my previous videos, Hermetics, Hermetism, the New Testament authors, all that, to stay on topic. Thank you. So, we're investigating, but definitely it seems to be he was a Sephardic Jew. Portugal, so he also had Moorish blood. All right, so many of these so-called conquistadors were so-called Moors or so-called black people, right? It has been asserted that when the Moors were driven out, thousands took refuge in the south of France, who afterwards, abhorring the Roman Catholic persecutions, became Huguenots. They became the Huguenots. It didn't say they mixed with Huguenots. They are the ones who became known as the Huguenots in history. So whenever you see Huguenot, we just read John Pinter, right? John Pinter is a Huguenot. We're going to read more about that. Yes, he was a Moor. Yes, Huguenot, so-called black man. Yes, these people are German Palatines. Thomas Nast, right? He was also a so-called black man. I'm going to show you what Benjamin Franklin had to say about them. But it tells you right here in this book who the Huguenots are, right? They never tell you this part of their history or beginnings, origins. The word Huguenot just meant a confederation, a people coming together, comrades coming together as confederates. We're going to hear from Benjamin Franklin himself. We're in this book that he actually wrote, Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, Peopling of Countries, by Benjamin Franklin. This was written in 1755, this version right here in Boston, okay, 1755. So basically he's going over some points, why it's bad, all this immigration, all these foreigners, as he's calling them, Germans, Protestants and all that, Palatines, why are they coming, these Huguenots, why are we bringing them into the country? He's literally complaining. Right here in point 23, he says, and since detachment of English from Britain sent to America will have their places at home, so soon supplied and increased so largely here, why should the Palatine Boers, right, the Palatine, Thomas Nast, right, the guy who was drawing Santa Claus, he's a Palatine Boer. He suffered to swarm into our settlements, and by herding together establish their languages and manners to exclusion of ours? Why should Pennsylvania, founded by English, become a colony of aliens? who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of our Anglifying them, Germanize, and will never adopt our language or customs any more than they can acquire our complexion. They're not even our, he's saying they're not like me, they're dark complexion. Which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is unfortunately very small in 1750s, alright? Very small. It's not me, it's Benjamin Franklin telling me. Nobody is blackwashing anything. They're telling me that before the 1800s, the world was a so-called blacker place according to Benjamin Franklin's primary source and notes. Right here, he's telling me that all of Africa was black, or tawny, right? Tawny, all right? So tawny, shout out to Drop, all right? We're in Webster's Dictionary, 1828. It says here tawny, adjective of a yellowish dark color, like things tan, or persons who are sunburned, or as a tawny Moor, or Spaniard, the tawny sons of Media, the tawny line, all right? Dark complexion person, right? So we got Africa's black or tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, so is Asia, America exclusive of the newcomers wholly. So, not part, but all of it is what? Tawny, dark complexion. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. Alright, as are the Germans also, okay? We're going to put swarthy right here, and we're going to get swarthy being of a dark hue or dusky complexion. Tawny, same thing. In warm climates, the complexion of men is universally swarthy or so-called black. The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthier than the French, Germans, and English, okay? Who are the Moors? The Spaniards and Italians. Who are the Spanish conquistadors? Who were the Spaniards that came here? Moors, people of dark complexion. Alright? The swarthy holes would darken all our plains. Look at this, black, as the swarthy African. Swarthy means so-called black, okay? Benjamin Franklin is letting you know that the German Palatinate were so-called black. The Huguenots were Moors, these are the same people. So again, when they're telling us Santos, New York roots, who are these men? These so-called Dutch and German Palatines. When you have a better perspective of who they are, you see things a lot different, right? You see things a lot different. You can't just blame the so-called white man. It's not about complexion. So remember, they were telling us in this website here that, Belsnickel, all right, when Belsnickel, the Christmas gift bringer, this is before Santa Claus or St. Nicholas. They were already doing this in ancient Germany, the Palatinate region. All right, who are the Palatinates? Like Benjamin Franklin said, these were swarthy, so-called Negro people along the Rhine, the Saarland, and the Odenwald area of Baden-Württemberg. We've shown the family crest there. The figure is also preserved in Pennsylvania Dutch communities, all right, so-called Dutch, and Brazilian German communities. Belsnickel is related to other companions of St. Nicholas in the folklore of German-speaking Europe. He may have been based on an older German myth, Neck Ruprecht, okay? Is a companion, look into this, of St. Nicholas, as described in the folklore of Germany. He is the most popular gift-bringing character in Germany after St. Nicholas. Please keep and let us wish you sometime. But it's virtually unknown outside the country, alright? Here he looks cool. But remember, this is also where you get Krampus and Swarthy Pete, and a lot of the time, yeah, it's all good if the kids will behave and good kids, but when they were naughty kids or bad kids, they would see a sinister companion, like Krampus, the devil, and even this character would be more sinister, and they would kidnap them and take them with them. Back to Spain, literally, that's the story, back to Spain with the Moors. So, but Neck Ruprecht, alright, a servant of St. Nicholas and a character from northern Germany. Unlike those figures, Belsnickel does not accompany St. Nicholas, but instead visits alone and combines both the threatening and the benign aspects, which in other traditions are divided between St. Nicholas and the companion figure. Alright, so that's Belsnickel. Then you got Father Christmas. We mentioned this Father Christmas, right? Again, Father Christmas is the traditional English name for the personification of Christmas. I remember this has nothing to do with St. Nicholas. Although now known as a Christmas gift bringer and typically considered to be synonymous with Santa Claus, he was originally part of a much older and unrelated English folkloric tradition unrelated to St. Nicholas, okay? The recognizably modern figure of the English Father Christmas developed in the late Victorian period, but Christmas had been personified for centuries before then. English personifications of Christmas were first recorded in the 15th century, with Father Christmas himself first appearing in the mid-17th century in the aftermath of the English Civil War. The Puritan-controlled English government had legislated to abolish Christmas, considering it papist, and had outlawed its traditional customs. Royalist political pamphleteers linking the old traditions with their cause adopted Old Father Christmas as the symbol of the good old days of feasting and good cheer, right? Being merry, kid and drunk. Following the Restoration in 1660, Father Christmas' profile declined. His character was maintained during the late 18th and 19th century by the Christmas folk plays, later known as Mummers Plays, all right? That whole image of the wild man, right? This wild man that was a gift bringer and came around during the winter feast and these European pagan traditions. This has nothing to do with St. Nicholas. So now, you know, the wild man becomes St. Nicholas, right? The wild man, Father Christmas, they all become St. Nick. They are literally merged, and then you get the Santa Claus. You see the fur that he has around him comes from all this fur, the wild man that he used to have. So he used to carry the tree. This is all pagan stuff. We already know St. Nicholas was something else. Alright? This is St. Nick. But again, the wild man prevailed. You see, the mistletoe, all that comes from before Santa Claus or St. Nick. That's from other things, you know. As you guys can see here, he about to eat the swine, about to eat the pork. And it actually starts getting pretty dark, guys. If you actually start going into a lot of the origins of this, it does get pretty dark. This is Pierre for the God. This is another version. So I want to show you guys. It says French for Father Whipper or Old Man Whipper is a character who will accompany St. Nicholas on his rounds during St. Nicholas Day, dispensing lumps of coal or beatings to naughty children while St. Nicholas gives gifts to the well-behaved. He is known mainly in the far north and eastern regions of France, in the south of Belgium, and in French-speaking Switzerland. Although similar characters exist all over Europe, this whipping father was said to bring a whip with him to spank all the naughty children who misbehave, right? Whip, and look what he looks like. So these are some of the occult pagan characters that they merged with St. Nicholas to create Santa Claus, you know, the 12th tradition. I want to show you guys a video, all right, real quick. There's actually people talking about this a lot, and they want to emphasize on the pagan stuff, right? And bring it out and show you that, yeah, it goes back to pretty crazy stuff, some of this Christmas traditions.
They say you've changed.
Hey, Google, take a selfie.
Aber ich sage nur böse Leute. Für die braven Kinder kommt der Nikolaus, für die bösen Kinder kommt der Teufel.
Das ist auch uralt, was er braucht. Irgendwann hat die Kirche dann den Nikolaus als Gutes und Böses dazu gestellt.
Apparently it brings your baby good luck, but in the first year, you can give them to the devil.
This black thing that they do, this is like wish you good luck for the rest of the year. And if someone is not painted, then this year is not going to be a good year.
Het is van heel oude traditie, eigenlijk oorsprong heeft.
Die Zwarte Piet is in de periode van die jaren ontwikkeld. In de hele Sinterklaasgeschiedenis is er geen enkel bewijs dat Sint-Nicolaas een slaaf in dienst heeft. Daar is het ineens een Moorse paard geworden. Ziet dat niet?
Wir steigen hoch, Grüße, Leute.
Pretty crazy stuff, huh, guys? Yeah, so they mentioned Swarty Pete, right? Swarty Pete. So that's the hijack again because, they saw you St. Nicholas, so-called white, but we already saw the original St. Nicholas also a so-called black man. So it's not about a white man owning a slave. Because the clothes that the so-called Swarty Pete has on, it's actually royal clothes. Swarty Pete, also known in English by the translated name Black Pete, is a companion of St. Nicholas in the folklore of the Low Countries. The earliest known illustration of the character comes from an 1850 book by Amsterdam school teacher John Schenkman, Amsterdam Dutch, in which he was depicted as a black Moor from Spain, okay? Those portraying the traditional version of Swarty Pete usually put on a black face and colorful Renaissance attire in addition to curly wigs and bright red lipstick, The character has been increasingly controversial since the early 2010s and increasingly prevalent at municipal holiday celebrations in the years that have followed. As of 2021, a revised version dubbed Sooty Pete has become more common than the traditional variant of public events in addition to television specials. Alright, so that's real. We're going to read more about him as we read other books. This here regarding the origins, right? So the Dutch writer Arnold Jan Scheer has researched European traditions involving Sinterklaas and his assistants. He has published several books about the origin of these traditions and claims the origin of ones with black skin dated back to 1100 BC in Northern Europe, when pagan shamans put on animal skins and painted their faces black with suit to portray mythical creatures of the underworld. Alright, that's the hijack. It's because they were so-called black. According to John, these rituals evolved differently across Europe and eventually led to the development of characters including Krampus, Schmutzli, Schneckrupe, alright, and Swarty Pete. So they literally, he had these crazy companions and, very scary for children. And if they were naughty, these people, these creatures, they would take them. Now they literally painted themselves black, like the second to the right, and with horns, right? That reminds me of something, when I see people that are swarthy, right, with horns on and fur. That reminds me almost of American Indians. Right? Talk about black face with fur on and horns, right? With fur on and horns. Could it be related? You know how they interpret it as savages and everything. It could be mocking. The European pagan celebrations could be mocking. Something they had known about in ancient America. Alright, you see, this is something the Indians didn't with it.
YouTube is the new home of NFL Sunday Ticket. Watch all your favorite NFL teams out of market Sunday.
meaning strong, power, leader, teach, yo, teach, to associate with hence to learn, to teach, all right, ox, that is the horns, the ancient letter Aleph started as a picture of an ox, total Canaanite. This is what we find, these first three right here is what we find all over the Americas, inscriptions all over the Americas like this. I've heard in Phoenician, what they call Phoenician in Hebrew right here, Pool of Siloam, early Aramaic, actually this one too, all these are found here. And then you get, you know, the Jiddish added with it, the Dead Sea Scrolls, modern Hebrew, alright, but that became the A, the Latin form of A. That's where it comes from, the ox, the horns. So horns, alright, is not always an evil thing, especially when you see your ancestors wearing it. Sometimes they just remembering something. Alright, power, right? Leadership, to teach, strong. Alright, so I hope you guys are following along so far. Just trying to keep it moving, you know, a lot of information I'm trying to summarize. So we go back to the History Channel website. Again, I want to show you guys something that I found in here. They have a little gallery here, right, of Christmas stuff, right? Of course, this is Thomas Nast drawing in Harper's Weekly. I have the original. This is Harper's Weekly right here from 1863, volume 7, a Journal of Civilization, right? And this is one of the very first depictions of Santa Claus in America, as you guys can see, all right? He got the star-spangled outfit on. Let me close up on him real quick. You see? That's Santa Claus. One thing I noticed, and some may say, well, that's the shadows and stuff, but the phenotype and everything, that looks like a so-called black man to me, even though his hands are looking light. They could have done that on purpose. And I know they might say that's a shadow. They might be trying to be subliminal here. Okay, I just wanted you guys to see that Santa Claus originally, I'm going to show you guys, Santa was actually being used to promote the Union. It says here in the Smithsonian Magazine, a Civil War cartoonist created the modern image of Santa Claus as Union propaganda. Thomas Nast, the German Palatine, so-called black man, is a legendary for his political cartoons, alright? Here it is again, we just saw the original, as you guys can see. You could call it the face that launched 1,000 Christmas letters, appearing on January 3rd, 1863 in the illustrated magazine Harper's Weekly. Two images cemented the nation's obsession with a jolly old elf, the wild man. The first drawing shows Santa distributing presents in a Union Army camp. Lest any reader question Santa's allegiance in the Civil War, he wears a jacket patterned with stars and pants colored in stripes. In his hands he holds a puppet toy with a rope and around his neck. Its features like those of Confederate President Jefferson Davis, okay? Alright, he's hanging Davis, the Confederate leader.
These moves look a little nice in the future. These moves look a little nice in the future.
I just wanted to show you guys that I'm back at the History Channel website. Again, the gallery that they have here. I want to show you an image they have here. This is, again, St. Nick over there. Another statue here. Now, this image right here was very, very interesting. I'm going to show you guys something, and I colorized it. Now, it says here, Santa also became an integral part of the Macy's Day Parade, which first began in New York City in 1924, all right? This is 1924, I guess. You guys see? Santa's right here in the top. I want to show you something about Santa. You guys see Santa? Santa's a so-called black man here, or he is being painted with blackface. Swarthy, depicted as a so-called black man. You guys see that? I'm going to close up some more. All right? You guys can see there's a so-called black man right here between all these people. All right? Saw a couple people there in the crowd. It's a lot of people here, right? A lot of people here in this parade. 1924. You guys can see clearly distinguished people. Now I'm going to go up the floor. All right? You see the women right here. Then we go up to Santa Claus. You guys see what I'm talking about? All right? Do you guys see that? He's dark-skinned, so-called black man. All right? Saint Nick, corresponding with what Saint Nick looked like. All right? Look at that. He's a swarthy man. So if this is a so-called white man, why did he paint his face dark? to portray Santa Claus as a so-called black man. Remember, this is Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, 1924. First one. I wasn't expecting to find something like this, guys. Look at it. Like, wow. I was just like, is that really what I'm seeing? These are colorized versions. They're not the best because they made all the dark stuff like purplish and blue. But I'm assuming, so you guys can see, clearly distinguish people's complexion, right? These are very light-skinned people, pale-skinned people. Then you go up to Santa Claus. He's a swarthy man. All right, you got to be careful with this purplish because we saw the black and white picture. He was dark. There's a huge difference between like this lady and Santa Claus when it comes to their hue or complexion. You guys see the difference, all right? Even with the purple tint that the colorization did on Santa Claus' face, you can still see he's a dark complexion person, even possibly a Negro man that was actually trained Santa Claus in Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, 1924. So again, I thought that was very interesting, what they're showing you here. All right, you guys can see it. I'm not making this up, you guys see. Yet they drew them like this, right? All right, guys, we're going to get into some books now. I just wanted to read something here. This book is called Christmas, A Candid History by Bruce David Forbes. I'm going to go to chapter 1 of this book. It's called First There Was Winter. It says here, Surviving Winter. To understand what Christmas has become, first we should consider winter. For the moment, set aside everything you have heard about the baby Jesus in a manger, and shepherds and wise men, and think instead about winter. Of course, the characteristics of winter vary with location because, depending upon where you live, winter is more dramatic reality for some people than for others. I assume that most readers of this book are North American, and thus I will emphasize the Northern Hemisphere. But an emphasis on the Northern Hemisphere also reflects the early and medieval history of Christianity. The Christian church was born in the Mediterranean region, but within a few centuries, its headquarters became centered in Rome and Constantinople, a northward shift from its Jerusalem beginnings. Then Christianity began to spread throughout Europe, and the further north it moved, the more winter became a factor. So what is winter like? The answer is not difficult. Basically, it is cold and it is dark. The further north you move, the rain turns to sleet and snow, and the temperatures drop low enough to discourage much of the outdoor work and play that human beings enjoy the rest of the year. And the days are shorter, with so many more hours of darkness. Continuing a bit further ahead, it says, even before studying the history and anthropology of early cultures, we could guess what human beings might do to cope with these realities of winter. A great idea would be to organize a big blowout midwinter party. It would be perfect. People could have something to look forward to for the first half of the winter. The preparations could be a welcome distraction, and the party itself would be a blast. Then, once it was over, the remainder of winter would be that much shorter, until spring finally brought liberation from the cold and darkness. Now he says all this is not just speculation. This kind of midwinter celebration is indeed what human beings did throughout Europe and many different cultures before Christianity, and we will look at two specific examples in a moment. Mulling over the common sense appeal of midwinter celebrations, as sketched out here, many persons today are surprised to realize that much of what they love about the Christmas season is not really Christmas at all. We love the lights, the evergreen decorations, the music and the food, the chance to get together with family and friends, and the special feeling of warmth that comes with the festivities. Yet all of these features have no necessary connection with a story of a baby Jesus in a manger. Uh-oh, Jesus! Instead, they are the predictable characteristics of midwinter festivities, all right? A lot of these go back to pagan festivities. Yep. This is what it means when some people say that Christmas has pagan roots. In essence, pagan is a word that means non-Christian, or in this case, pre-Christian. So he goes on about the winter festivities. Right here he has two examples. Shout out to Drop. He brought out a great video about Christmas, showing the Saturnalia part of Christmas, right? Saturn Day, Saturnalia Day, huh? It says here Saturnalia and Jewel. Two examples of the resulting winter festivals are the Saturnalia of ancient Rome and Jewel, or Jule in Northern Europe. Both illustrate the common features that we speculated would be part of winter parties, and both influenced Christmas when Christianity spread into Europe. Saturnalia began in Rome at least 200 years before the lifetime of Jesus, right? So the day of Saturn, December 25th, this was celebrated in ancient Rome. This was a pagan day, a pagan holiday, apparently arising out of some kind of agricultural harvest festival. Theories vary about the origins of the Roman god Saturn, but by the era of Christianity, he was viewed as an agricultural god who, in an earlier golden age, had established a village on the Capitoline Hill, one of the 7 hills of Rome. Legend said that he had taught people how to till the soil and had presided over an era of prosperity, peace, and happiness. Alright, this is just like Osiris, how to till the soil, and even the deity Dogon, which is Dagon, which is grain, which is corn, really. It's all the same story. Every December 17th, a sacrifice was offered to Saturn in the Roman Forum, right? Sacrifices. But what mattered most to the general public was feasting and partying that followed, varying from 3 to 7 days, right? Being merry to partying, getting drunk until December 23rd. Hence, Saturnalia is sometimes a singular term, referring to the overall celebration, or a plural term, referring to the several days. In other words, of the Oxford Classical Dictionary, the Saturnalia were the merriest festival of the year, the best of days, according to Oxford Classical Dictionary. I dodged a hijack. No one worked during this period, except those whose help was needed to provide food for the lavish feast. Friends visited each other from home to home and also joined in boisterous street processions. Houses, great halls, and streets were decorated with laurel, green trees, and shrubs, alright? This is ancient Rome. Listen to this. Illuminated by candles and lamps. Major bonfires were lit at high ground, where many citizens could see them. People exchanged small gifts, such as wax candles, wax fruit, and clay dolls. The 2 major themes of the idealized Saturnalian Golden Age were abundance and equality. In this era of joy and plenty, people lived together in harmony and shared equally in the earth's bounty. In real life, people of Rome were treated very differently, depending on whether they were part of the nobility or artisans or slaves. But in the few days of the annual Saturnalia celebration, everyone was to be treated equally. Lucian of Samosata, a Greek commentator on Roman culture and society, wrote a dialogue between Saturn, also called Kronos, and his priests, and the conversation included rules of the Saturnalia. During the celebration, Saturn proclaimed, "Let every man be treated equal, slave and freeman, poor and rich," and also directed that no one may be ill-tempered or cross or threaten anybody. When it came to banquets, the guidelines included, each man shall take the couch where he happens to be. Rank, family, or wealth shall have little influence on privileges, that is, on a man's place at table. All shall drink the same wine, and neither stomach trouble nor headache shall give the rich man an excuse for being the only one to drink the better quality. All shall have their meat on equal terms. The waiter shall not show favor to anyone. Neither are large portions to be placed before one and tiny ones before another, nor a ham for one as a pig's jaw for another. All must be treated equally, alright? Everybody can have some spine. When a rich man gives a banquet to his servants, his friends shall aid him in waiting on them. So we continue a little bit ahead. It says, as some descriptions have hinted already, the Saturnalia gained a reputation for wanton behavior, with excessive drinking, gambling, and other unrestrained activities, alright? They're not telling you everything here. It gets pretty bad. Again, in Lucian's dialogue, Saturn said that in his festive time he could drink and be drunk, alright? Be merry, just like we read earlier. Shout, play games and dice, appointing masters of the revels, feast the servants, sink stark naked, clap and shake, and sometimes even get pushed headfirst into cold water with my face smeared with soot. Clearly he was describing the behavior of the crowds, not himself alone. If you look up Saturnalia in an English language dictionary today, one of the definitions will be something like an unrestrained, often licentious celebration, orgy. Alright, you hear that? This is what's going on in Saturnalia, right? December 25th, ancient Rome, and sacrifices along with their drinking and being merry, associated with excess and extravagance. Thus, the Roman Saturnalia serves as the first example of winter festival that existed prior to Christianity, and it fits many of our general expectations: light from candles and fires, greenery, feasting, gifts, and social gatherings, all in mid-December. In addition, the Saturnalia included customs of social inversion that might not always be expected in winter festivals, but they set a precedent whose echoes arose later in European Christmas celebrations. A second example is Jule, or Jule, the Scandinavian equivalent in Northern Europe, alright? This is another one right here, very famous. Geographically, it involves the Teutonic people in what we now call Northern Germany, Scandinavia, right? Germans again, and the British Isles. Now we got into the British Isles, right? And English people. Here are information about pre-Christian practices is especially sketchy because in some regions, Christian missionaries were busy transcribing the native languages as best they could, thus introducing literacy. In those situations, all of the written records would be post-Christian and thus potentially influenced by Christianity. To describe cultural practices, before the introduction of Christianity, scholars have built theories on the basis of artifacts and surviving customs. And, as I said before, guesswork. These days, people assume that Jule or Jule is simply another name for Christmas, and many dictionaries define the terms that way: the feast of the nativity of Jesus Christ. So he's pointing out that has nothing to do with Jule. However, the terms Jule and Julep clearly existed in the region before Christianity arrived, associated with winter activities of some sort. Although scholars are not exactly sure what the words meant, one theory argues for wheel, referring to the cycle of the year, and another theory claims sacrifice or feast, referring to religious animal sacrifices and or winter banquets and celebrations. Only later did the words Yule or Jule become associated with Christmas, the imported winter festival. Turning to Old Norse customs as an example of Northern European practices, we find Jule festivities in early winter, at the conclusion of the slaughter of livestock and the brewing of ale, with the feasting and drinking that would naturally follow. The celebrations were probably mixed with animal sacrifices and other religious observances to encourage fertility in the coming year. One piece of evidence comes from the writings of historian Snorri Sturluson, whose Hundsringla told the story of Norway's early kings, based upon poetry that had been passed on through oral tradition. He wrote, "It was ancient custom that when sacrifice was made, all farmers were to come to the temple and bring along with them the food they needed while the feast lasted. At this feast, all were to take part in the drinking of ale. Also, all kinds of livestock were killed in connection with it. As additional evidence, the oldest Christian laws enacted in Norway included a ban on animal sacrifice, which suggests that animal sacrifice was a common Viking practice prior to Christianity. With a number of varying theories from scholars, what most researchers do agree upon is that ritual beer drinking featured prominently, getting drunk, in the Vikings' festivities. When Snorri Sturluson quoted a poem about Harald Fairhair, the king who united Norway into a single realm, the two key words say that Harald intended to drink Jule, even when he was away from Norway. It is an interesting phrase. If someone said they were going to drink Christmas, we would assume that drinking was a key part of their celebration. And we can assume the same thing in the case of the Viking Jule. The drinking may even have had religious connections. Kathleen Stoker, an American scholar of Norwegian folklore and language, reports a belief that the celebrants who ritually passed the drinking horn from mouth to mouth saw an ecstatic connection with each other and with the gods. It is likely that the Viking Jule also involved ancestor worship, beliefs about the return of the dead, and ghost stories. To understand a possible connection, imagine yourself huddled in a cabin in the far north as a blizzard rages outside, accompanied by howling winds and strange sounds. It might seem as if creatures or spirits were riding across the sky. Folklore from many areas of Europe provided different stories that would explain the sounds in what became known as the Wild Hunt, Asgard Rig, Asgard's Ride.